hot. What's up, Runic? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Lost my Sunday. Whoops, wrong button. Lost my Sunday, so now I got to make up for it. What did I do with the other damn blade I had? I just had it in my hand. I got a notification that you were live, Runic, and then I went to watch the video and my phone just wasn't playing fair. It wasn't loading YouTube. So I apologize for missing it. I don't rightly know what you were doing, but it had to be something cool. Hey, H&H Mix, how you doing? Thanks for coming around. What's up, Tim? Painting some minis. Running around Fallout 4. Oh, yeah? Oh, painting minis is fun. I enjoy watching that. Alright, guys, it's hot as hell. I got some fans going, so if they bother you, fucking mute yourself. I don't know what to tell you. It's hot. I'm leaving my fans on. Jesus Christ, I think I'd rather just go at it with the fucking router. Go at it with the jigsaw, but I don't want to take the chance of damaging it. Bless America. What's up, Pilato? How you doing? Hey, Dan's Homestead. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming in, guys. I appreciate it. That's probably way too much. But we're going to try. We're going to see what happens. Baby bites, and I need to clamp that down so it doesn't end up on the floor. So, since I missed Sunday, what's up, Bear? How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Hey, Steve. Steve, I seen you were live, Steve. I didn't say anything in your chat. What's up, Mike? Since I missed Sunday, I will be doing after work streams all week. So you guys feel free to drop in if you like. If not, I understand. With the exception of Friday, because that's 4th of July, and I probably won't do any streaming the 4th of July. But Just finish it. Okay. All right. Good deal. I hope you weren't like. I was hoping you weren't leaving to come in here. It's gonna be boring as hell. All right. Sorry if I missed your comment, guys. I got a lot of work to catch up on, so chat amongst yourselves. There's been enough people here viewing. They can tell you what I'm making, what I'm doing. But I gotta try to get caught up. So I appreciate you coming in, though. I'm gonna get back to work here. The reason it's jumping around is because I'm trying to take off too much. I didn't want to get too close here and damage my leg. I want to try to avoid that, so I can all I have to do is some sanding. It's a good thing I'm shaping that because I got it all cattywampus. I tilted my router on this end, angled it a little bit. That wasn't ideal, but at least I'm shaping it so it doesn't really hurt anything. Where the fuck did that stupid little plastic thing go? Goddamn little rubber caps on these things are going to be death of me. That's one that's at least rounded over. We have sanding work to do. I gotta round that over anyway, but at least it gets us closer to the finished look. But we'll sand it. We'll round this over, give it a little bit of a round over, and then we'll kind of blend everything together and get rid of the roller marks. You can see the bearing marks in here. We'll get rid of all those. Oops, sorry. Like a Makita, but your understanding is that the DeWalt is better for micro adjustments. I'll be honest with you, I don't know. I haven't used anything other than DeWalt, but it is super convenient to use because it's got just the collar. You just unlock it, turn the collar, and you've got a little pointer here. And this yellow collar has numbers on it, so you can turn that to set it to however you want. And then you got like what is it? 16th of an inch marks on there. So, I mean, that's pretty. And that yellow ring doesn't move when you move the black ring, right? So it's, I don't know, I like it. It's not, I mean, but I'm a little biased because it's the only one that I really use. I wonder if I could go at that with the jigsaw, or if I would. I'm gonna fuck something up. I know it. But we're gonna give her a try. See if I can't get a little closer than with that oscillating saw. Just really don't want to fuck anything up at this stage. So far, so good. You guys can't see a damn thing I'm doing. I'm sorry. I'm with faith in you. Thank you. I didn't mess it up yet. Just flip it over and cut the excess off the other side. Maybe it'll be a little safer with the router. It won't bite so hard. All right. It was a significantly faster. So hopefully, there's my router. By the way, this is probably one of the dumbest ways to use a router like this. I'm sure somebody is out there just trying to speed dial OSHA right now. But, what the fuck happened to that? Look at this. That's the weirdest thing ever. Oh, that was probably where my blade skipped across when I was coming down on this side and I rolled under. It's probably where it skipped across. But it looks really weird, doesn't it? Fucking hey, Pine, hey, Janelle. How you doing, guys? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. I had no idea. I didn't see it. I think it probably is from the spiral bit. Probably. But it doesn't look like it goes past this. So we're going to find out. It didn't. It didn't go past the cherry, so we're good. And I mean, plus I did have a little bit of leeway, but that would have been down where the roundover was going into the cherry. And yeah, it was proud, you know. It was really weird looking. Never seen it before, but it was probably when this went skipping across, when I rolled under, and I didn't have good hold of it. It was probably it just skipping across. So, still, it's kind of creepy looking, if I'm being honest. All right. Now, how I should probably put a roundover bit in, do a roundover here, and that'll at least get the curve established. We'll do that. And maybe that'll be all we need to do. We'll find out. Where, oh, where did I put the here? Okay. It'll be seen. Second, put my stuff away for once. Well, it doesn't happen very often, but on occasion, I like to not be a slob. So like I was saying, I will likely be live every day after work because I have a lot to catch up on. Since I missed my Sunday, that's 12 hours of work gone. So there's a rough idea of how it'll look. We're probably gonna carry that, round that over a little more, but we'll give you a rough idea, and then from the end. So. Yeah. That won't look too bad. I mean, obviously we got to do stand-in and stuff first, but thanks guys, I appreciate it. Like I said, I apologize if I miss your comments. I will try to be at least a halfway decent host, but I do have a lot of work to do, so. And with Friday being 4th of July, I may violate my 8 p.m. rule on Thursday, depending on where I'm at. In fact, we may violate 8 p.m. all week. Like I said, I have about 12 hours of work to catch up on. If you guys didn't see, this right here is where that crack was. You can see it is no longer a crack, and it doesn't go through the top here. So. Yeah, there's gonna be a good bit of sanding in there, but at least it starts to define my curve, so I have something to follow, or at least something to look. I don't know. You get the idea. Yeah, it's gonna disappear. That's what I figure. It'll disappear right when I oil it. So. Also, yeah, people will be blowing off fireworks at all hours, so might as well do a little woodworking. Can't hurt nothing. In fact, I'm surprised they're not blowing them off now. But if I can get decently caught up so that I can get finished this weekend, I will skip a 4th stream, a Friday stream, but I may end up streaming in the morning. We will see. We will see how it goes. I'm hoping that I can get everything done that I need to get done this week. All right, so I don't rightly want to break out the sander right now, but I mean, fuck, might as well, huh? Do I have a way that I can prop this up without messing up the wood? I don't really want to have to sand all of this. I just want to be able to work up here and kind of taper everything and be done. And I never got my damn doweling jig, or my dowel rods, so That's awesome. I'm going to end up having to just make some. The rods that I ordered, the ones that I had gotten, were not what I ordered. The ones I got were poplar, and I ordered maple. Do I have something to prop that up with? You know what? I think I do. I think I do. I think I can make this work. So if I take this, flip that up, flip that up, put this down here, that on there, move the whole thing back, and throw a itty clamp on the end here, just to keep it from walking off. What do I do with my little block? I think that'll work out fine. Money well spent. Old towels? Yeah. I just did this. I need something that's sturdy. So this blow mold case with this stuff on it. That should keep it. Good. Alright. What I need. Well, let's try this paper. Let's see if this is going to be enough. I don't want to be standing for a month of Sundays. A jaw horse? Oh, I believe it, Creation does. Also, how you doing? I think we're going to move up to a little more aggressive of a grit. Maybe 180. I gotta be careful because the cherry is much softer than the end grain black walnut here. So, Joe Horse is revolutionary. Yeah, I might. When I build my table, I was thinking about incorporating some sort of a clamping system. I just wasn't settled onto what I wanted yet. You know, these foam pads are nice, but in this application, it's kind of shit. Much better. 1 second. Flip this over, we'll get the other side. This is how we're looking now. Now this is, pardon me, this is with 180 grit, so I still have to 220 it, right? I can't get away from that, but see, I got a little gap I'm going to have to fill on this side with some CA glue. We'll worry about that when I get it shaped down into final size. Think a little bit more. Think that'll do it for that one, for the shaping. I didn't put a thick enough piece on to really dome it. Hindsight, I probably should have done that, but probably should have made a dome and then glued it on. But here we are. You can see here I got a gap on this side that I got to fill. I'm going to use some of that CA glue that we've been using on this, the brown stuff, and I'm going to fill this little gap over here. But I think we're doing. Right, that's just a mark in the wood, so discoloration in the wood. That's the inside face anyway, so it's fine. But let's see, can we show this so you guys can actually get an idea? There you go. That'll be what the upright looks like. It may not be a carver, but I can work some magic with a hand sander or palm sander. nice and smooth. There's no transition until you get to the curve at the top. Even the corners are nice and smooth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill these, or fill this line here with some brown CA glue, and that way it can set and I can final sand it later. Thanks, Mason. Thanks, CD. I appreciate that. So I'll be able to 220 sand it afterwards. But I do want to get out a majority of this sawdust because it's a mix of cherry, maple, and black walnut, and it looks markedly different. So I'm gonna grab that CA glue real fast. I'm gonna fill this and probably hit it with the activator real quick so that way it doesn't start like leaking out. But you guys just bear with me and then we'll move on to the other one. We'll get that one sanded. Or at least sanded to this point. Really hope this doesn't discolor my wood. Based on the black walnut piece, I'm going to say that it won't, but just really don't want any gaps in my stuff because gaps look like shit. I don't know if I can even, I might not even be able to save this cat, but I'll give it a shot. I don't know if I'm going to need it on the other one. We'll give it a shot. Ah, fuck, who cares? It's just a cat. Doesn't matter. There's 8 more of them in there. They're probably 10 cents for 100 of them, so. Put this back in the freezer. I don't know what I did with that cap. I threw it over here, now I'm pretty sure it's stuck to my feet. But you can see I filled the gap. I'm really hoping that that doesn't turn around to bite me in the ass. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. I thought about using clear CA glue, but then I figured, why, when I can use the brown and it's going to look similar to black walnut. I mean, it makes more sense. Oh, yeah. Here's, for anybody asking, this is the actual bassinet right here. We're making the stand that'll go up the side here, and it has a pin that hangs off of that. All right, Runic buddy, thanks for hopping in. I appreciate it. And we are almost done with the uprights. I won't drill the holes for the dowels until I actually have the dowels in my hand, because I don't want to fuck up and make them too big. So, but let's get this one sanded. See if I have any gaps to fill on this one. This is all end grain, very hard. Very hard. Plus I killed my paper. Alright, grab another piece of paper here. Okay. That done. There is a gap on the other side that I've got to fill. Just a couple of little spots across the top there. A little bit down the side, a little bit down this side. So I think this gap here, how it's on one side on both pieces, because my bar clamp was on this side, so it kind of tilted a little bit. It put more pressure on this side than this side. Yeah. Good. There's the top of this one. You can see over there is where I started my little gap fill. Oop, keep hitting the stand. Obviously this is sanded to 180. It's going to get 220 and made look a hell of a lot smoother than that. I'm going to end up sanding the entire top end of this again. Probably about from my here up or so. Feather it in. Get rid of this little mark on here from the foam. Hey Raja, how you doing? Thanks for coming in, buddy. All right, let's get this over here. All right, now what we really need to do is we need to work on these wedges. We need to flatten this side. And I've been thinking about this because of how the grain is on these. I think the easiest way for me to flatten this is going to be to put it on the belt sander. Thanks, Rumpel. How you doing? I think putting it on the belt sander would probably be the smartest thing to do. But I may be able to get most of it down with the jointer. So we're going to try the jointer first, and then we're going to end up finishing on the belt sander. Hey Walter, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I think that's what we're going to do. And I want to try to get them down to the same thickness, right? So I got more to take off of this one than I do this one. But this one still needs to be thinner. Not by much, not by a whole lot, but it does need to be thinner because I want it to stick down past the end of the rail. Oh, I got glue in my... Oh, sorry, we didn't clean them up anyway yet. So I got to round them over. I got to scrape that glue out of the joint there. Probably won't even square cut this. So you see how that's rounded over from the router? And that side's not. That side's squared off. So we're going to end up going in here with some sandpaper and cleaning that up. But I think we'll leave the round over. And there's that glue I got to clean out of there. But let's worry about the back side of this first. We still got to get them shaped. That is a little more important than worrying about the small details at the moment. So let's get these going. And then hopefully I'll be able to sleep at night. I'll be able to sleep tonight without thinking that I wasted the entire day and I'm now never going to make it on delivery time. We're going to run them on the jointer. We're going to see if we can do it. If it gets all crazy and wonky and starts having crazy chip out, then we're going to skip the jointer and we'll just do it on the belt sander and be done with it. I'm going to put these things somewhere where they're not going to get damaged. Last thing I want is to damage my legs at this stage because they are about that close from being done. So clamp that to the table so it doesn't walk off the table. And then while we're on the belt sander, we'll probably just do some rough rounding over on the legs. We will see. We will see. Hey Tommy, how you doing, buddy? Long time no see. I'm good, buddy. How are you? Yeah, I missed my weekend stream, but trying to make up for it. Trying to make up for it. So, we're going to see. Probably be smarter to go that way. That way I don't have less wood on the output side. We're going to give it a shot. Let's find out. that pretty curl. It's almost a shame that you're not going to see any of that, but you'll be able to see it on the edge. Also, I'm going to engrave a little something on here, on both sides, on both of them. I'm not sure if it'll go this way or across the top, but it'll be my little Easter egg for Alan. The stuff like the date of manufacturer, who made it, you know, a maker's stamp. Yes, they will remove so they can break down. That's the whole purpose of these, is you can take it out to break down the legs and the stretcher. So now, because of how a planer is, or a jointer is, I don't know if you can see it, this side here is thicker than this side. So you seen me over there, I was comparing thicknesses to the two thin sides to make sure that I got them the same or really close. Because then that is the ultimate thickness we're going to go for on the sander. I'm going to just try to work out this higher side. So put a little more pressure on that side to try to flatten it out. At least get it close. All right, that's the main idea, is we want it to get close. But they are universal. I purposefully made, so I was doing it, you know, this wedge for the left side, this wedge for the right side, but it got to be a little too much. So now the wedges will fit on either side. And I know you didn't just see that, but I literally put this wedge on both sides. Sorry. Oh. I guess taking the clamp off would probably be a good idea. And yes, you know, there is really no wasted curl on this project, I don't think. I think every bit of curl, whether you're seeing the full curl or the edge of the curl, is well-purposed curl. And it was my choice to do all this curly maple, curly cherry. It's not like somebody asked for it. I just went, hey, this is what I'm doing. And nobody told me no, so. Okay, we're going to clamp this down. I am going to have to put my mask on to sand with this thing, because you guys know it gets pretty fucking dusty pretty quick. I skipped dinner tonight. Hopefully I get some leftovers. I skipped dinner tonight so that I could come out here and woodwork with you guys. So let's be honest, I wasn't even sure I was going to go live, to be perfectly honest. I came out, I already had the music playing, and I was just ready to jam out and work and try to catch up without any distractions. And I try to be a man of my word. And I said that I wanted to do it all on live stream, so. Yeah, right, Cyro? Alan has a gnarly 5-day headache. Oh, man. That's rough. I'm sorry, is Alan in here? Hey, everybody who came in and I missed, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah. Nah. Look, it's all healed, though. See? You can almost not tell it's there. And this thing. Listen, if that's the worst hurt I get in the shop, I'm happy with it. He was, but light hurts. Oh. Sorry, Alan. Hope you feel better, buddy. Almost touched that sandpaper. That would have been a stupid idea. Almost went to wipe it off while it was running. All right, well, let's see. If I have, maybe I can get away with not changing the belt, just keeping this belt on, because it's not very aggressive. I think this one's like 240. Yeah, this one's a 240. So hopefully I can make do with that. That'd be nice. But I've got umpteen belts over there I can swap in. So if I go in and I use this one to kind of measure this side. I've got to use this corner. I gotta come in significantly. I need my mask. I need a drink. I need to cover my drink. All right. That is asking a lot of that sandpaper. No, it's an eraser. It cleans the sawdust out of it. But need a shape. Need a shape to follow. So let me see if I've got something like a can laying around that'll give me a good shape. Perhaps I want to leave a little flat on the top just for tapping purposes. Which we can just sand the top. That won't be a big deal. We're going to just rough draw that real quick and see if that will give me what do you think? Too much curve? I know they're not even. I'm just doing this for rough. Hey, that's not bad for a curve, right? And I'll curve these in down here. I'll throw a little 45 in there. While having a beard, I think the beard helps filter the dust because I will have a dusty beard from here down. I think that curve would be nice on this big chunky beast, or something close to this. Anyway, I think it would look pretty good. Also, hi Rich, how you doing, buddy? Hey Bob. Ghostfish. These are curly maple. You're probably not even here anymore, but they're curly maple and black walnut. You can see the curl there a little bit on this face. There we go. Now it shines. I think this other one shows off better. This one seems to catch the curl a little better. You like that curve? I think I'm going to see if I can't get something relatively even here, and then just transfer it to the other one. So don't mind my fingers. I'm going to try not to catch a finger in the sander again. I'll round this. I'll round these off probably with like a router bit or something, but yes, Jacob, it's a belt sander with a disc on it. You can. This one's a Wen, W-E-N. I got it from Amazon, but you can get them from all over the place, really. Harbor Freight even has a version of it. They're all exactly the same. Might have a little stronger motor in it, but for the most part, they're all the same. So I want to round over these corners here too, but I don't want to round them over that much. So I don't want to round them over this much, but I do want to give them a little bit of a round over. And then this I'll probably do by hand and just kind of put a 45-ish in there on the inside. Pieces that. Robert, this is the wedge. One of the wedges. That's the curl that we glued to the back of it. So we could have... we can make it thicker, and we could get... you want to go check it out? Hell yeah. Yeah, like I said, this came from Amazon. It's W-E-N. I want to say it was like, I don't know, $100. I don't think I'm mad at that round over. I'm not angry at it. There's a lot of rounding over, and this sort of matches the top of the bassinet part, the hanging part. So, but I need to find something to get this to round over a little bit without going that far. So I could just eyeball it, I guess, and do a little trial and error. Whoop. That's more of a 45. That's kind of, well, I guess it'll be fine. I can always taper it. I think something like that, but we'll bring it in a little more on the two sides, kind of make it more rounded. I think that's too much. Oh, a coin. I don't have any coins out of it. I don't have any coins in my pocket. I got a key ring. That's not gonna work. Hang on. Hang on. I know I got washers. Washers will probably work out. There we go. That's about the size of a dime. Yeah, that'll be a lot better. Good tip, folks. Good tip. Yeah, I like that much better. Much more gooder. Good job, guys. Alright, let's see if I can't make this a thing.
Yeah, the coin idea or washer is the same size as a dime, so that worked out really well. Thank you for that. So that'll be, I think that'll be the shape. We got little roundovers on the bottom, no sharp edges. I'll take care of this with a hand sander. These with hand sanders. I only want to break this inside edge. I don't want to actually round it over. These edges here, I'll probably take care of with like a router. I'll probably put it on the router table, if I'm being honest. That way I can just spin it, get rid of those edges. But this edge here is important. That's what grips or pushes against the board. So yeah, probably a good bit, probably a good bit. Let me get this traced out onto this piece. So I have a rough idea of what to follow. Oh, I need to do it on the angle side. Bummer. Alright. Well, we got this. We're lining up those pieces. They're exactly the same size. There's my pattern. So I'm going to follow that, or at least close to it. Close to it. We'll see. They are pretty daggone close. Pretty daggone close. This one has slightly less curve than this one does, but pretty doggone close. Got a pretty curly. Right, you guys, you don't get to see the curl, I guess. There you go. Anyway, there's our wedges. Got that on there. Got that on there. So they look on there. Still gotta round this over and stuff, but sorry, my camera's covered in sawdust. Give me a moment. I'll wipe that off. In fact, give me a second. I can barely see out of my glasses here. All right. Give it just 1 second. Make it so I can see again. And I'll show you guys a better view of the dust. Oh, the dust in here cleaned up really well. So that fan I got. So if you guys give me just a moment, I will. I'll move this sander, and we'll. Night, Rumple. We'll see if we can't get you guys a decent view of that. Whew. It is dusty in here. Smells like black walnut in here. Which isn't a bad smell, it's just not cherry. Ugh. All right. Give me just a moment here, folks. Let me clean this up a little bit. Thankfully, I remembered to cover my drink. Sweep this off. I know it's after 8, and I'm kind of breaking my own rules here, but I'm trying to play catch up, so neighbors are going to have to be a little forgiving. All right, so this is how it looks with the wedges in. Now, I may be able to show you guys how the stand itself will look. Give me a moment, I put the stand somewhere. So put this one on this side. You'll have to forgive me with the super glue, or the CA glue. It's fucking super glue. Forgive me for the super glue that you're gonna see, but I think the only part that's directional is stretcher. Maybe not. This
down if I can. Is it directional? Yeah. That in there. This one up here. It's been so humid, I might actually have to sand these down a little more. Well, that's not going to work out. I'm actually going to need them to be a little thinner than that. But son of a biscuit. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to sand away the maple. I'm going to sand this face down thinner because I need them to sit down in here a lot further than that. But this will give you an idea. For fuck's sake. All right. Hey Matthew, how you doing, buddy? So this will give you an idea what it'll look like. I do have to thin this so that it sits down in here. Always one. Ian, it better not be a stupid question. But yes, you can ask. There's a rough idea. Now, somebody asked me how I'm going to hang the basket. Ian, that was a stupid question. Bye, Ian. So, the basket, there's going to be a dowel rod up here. It's going to come straight through, and there's going to be a black walnut wedge on this side. And that, the dowel, is what it's going to stick out, about 2.5 inches. That is what the basket's going to hang on. I am allergic to stupid people. So the dowel will fit in here, in this top part of this here, and then there's a notch so that you can, so what you do is you have your dowel, right? And then you come in from the end, come in, and create like a key so that it sits, it goes in the bottom hole, which is bigger, and it drops down into the top hole, which stops it from sliding off. Now, here was a message held for review. Ian, you know what I hate? I hate people that ask stupid fucking questions. So, bye, Ian. Ain't in the mood for your fucking stupidity today. Anyway, so I gotta thin this out. I probably have to thin it out. Goodness, I gotta thin that out quite a bit. I'm gonna have to take a shaving off on the bandsaw. So I need to thin this out almost 1/4 of an inch. So I want the bottom of the wedge to be down here. I don't want it to be all the way up here because that's not doing anything. And I don't want it to be bottomed out because then with expansion and contraction, it may be bottomed out and this may end up being loose. So we're going to end up taking this to the bandsaw, taking a sliver off of it so that it sits with the bottom of this at the bottom of the stretcher. So it'll sit like that. And that'll give more room to tap it down when everything expands and contracts and stuff. Now it was some stupid Israel, Palestine, Iran bullshit that has absolutely nothing to do with woodworking. Alright, I gotta do the same on this side. So we're going to have to take a sliver off on the bandsaw. I mean, no, you're not wrong on average. You're definitely not. That particular one was a different kind of stupidity. I am, however, gonna have to sand that down a little bit more and sand this open a little bit more because that's a bit tight. But it's been so humid that I did expect everything was gonna kind of expand. A little bit of expansion was definitely expected. Now, I don't want it to be that tight when it gets to its final destination. So we're gonna open it up a little bit, and then once it becomes less humid, that's what she said. Once it becomes less humid then and the wood kind of shrinks back down a little bit, it will be thanks, Henrik, buddy. It will be significantly looser, but that's where the wedges being adjustable will come into play. So right now they fit on there really well, which I want them to sit right about there. So you see I have that much wiggle room for adjustment till there, because that's when it bottoms out in the notch. So it'll give me about a half an inch that they can adjust it. So I'll take about a little less than a 1/4 inch off each flat. What probably happened is I made the maple a little thicker than I originally intended to. It's not a big deal. There's plenty of fucking black walnut there. I can take off of that. And then we'll run it through the sander again this way and clean it right up. So that will be tomorrow. All right, guys, I'm going to hang out with you. I'm going to have a drink, and then I'm going to head inside. Thanks, Robbie. Appreciate that, buddy. I might have two. It's kind of warm. And then, so tomorrow we'll cut these off, get these all finished, and I'll do my finished sanding, my routing, all that happy stuff. And we'll probably go ahead and seal these once I make sure they fit. We'll go ahead and seal these so they don't move. We'll get the stretcher sanded down so it fits good, and then we'll get that sealed so that that's done moving. I'm not going to seal the uprights yet, these things. I'm not going to seal those yet because I still am trying to get dowels for it that are appropriate. If I can't get dowels for it that are appropriate, I ordered another set today. If I can't get ones that are appropriate, then I will make some. And it'll be my first time making some, so that'll be a treat. Though if I make some, I can do some really cool stuff. Maybe. Brass would be sick. So brass is what I'm using for the lock pins. Oh shit. I gotta remember to take that back and get my knobs. Brass is what I'm using for the lock pins. But you're right, I don't know how to secure brass into the wood though. And I don't have the ability to turn the brass to get the notch in it that I need. I need the shape. No, I don't. So much dust. It's been in a mask. I haven't been playing with it. I do need a trim though. You're not wrong. I do need a trim. If I can think of a way to do brass, I would really like to. I think the brass would look really nice. Yeah, Colby, you need to grow a beard. I mean, I suppose that worst comes to worst, I could chuck it up in the drill press and take a file to it. And as it's spinning, get my notch in there. Because I mean, brass is super soft. I should be able to file it. Evening. How you doing? Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. We just called it a night. I'm going to have a drink with you. When am I shotgun and a beer? Not tonight. I'm gonna have a drink with you guys, catch up, talk to you a bit, and then I think we'll be done for the day. Yeah, I know. I'll probably be running late all this week since I missed my 12 hours on Sunday. 12 hours on Sunday, and I probably would have been done. So this week we'll probably run till about 8:30, 9 o'clock, wherever a good stopping point is. How's my weekend? I had a pretty good weekend. Yeah, I missed Sunday. I was gonna do an all day on Sunday. It didn't happen, so it's alright. Hey, thanks, Bradley. I appreciate that, buddy. I got sawdust in my ears. That mask didn't do anything for my ears. What's up, SMWC? Yeah, I had a really good weekend. Got schnockered on Saturday night. It was a good time. Yeah, well, I drank more than Grass did. He had other obligations. I didn't have to worry about those obligations. Oh my. What? Fun time's over. Time to get back to work. I've only got like 2 weeks to have this thing completely done, so. Really love pushing them deadlines. It is what it is. I'm going to have to set up a fence on my bandsaw so that I can cut a smooth. Oh, tour of the project? Sure. I can do that. So, this is the stretcher, right? Curly maple sandwich with curly cherry, flat sawn curly cherry. These are the wedges that will go in there. They're going to get thinned out a little bit, but try to get that somewhere you can actually see the curl. Curly cherry sandwiched with some black walnut. These are the legs, the uprights. Had to fill the gap there, but we got super pretty black walnut up top as a cap. The stretchers will go down there. There'll be a dowel put in up here and then a hole down here, but we can't do any of that yet until I get the basket done. So there's the top of the other one. Those are curly cherry and curly maple, and then, you know, the black walnut. This is the box. So this is what I mean by it has a key. So you have the bigger hole for the dowel to go in, and then you come back on the dowel an inch, and you make it smaller for it to drop in here, and then it locks it in place. So it can't, the top of it can't wobble back and forth. How many watch hours? I think we're close to 4K now. So there's the side panels. There's the engraving. Just a simple lily. I should have put it up higher, but it is what it is. I didn't account for the mattress, but we'll be working on this here later this week and then this weekend. I really like that kind of dark green part. So the panels. So this is obviously curly cherry, curly maple, curly cherry. Obviously, it's a theme going on here. And the panels are grain matched. You can see passing all the way down through. Yeah. I was looking up here and it doesn't look grain matched, but down here you can see it. Not the world's best catcher, man. So that's what she looks like. We'll be putting the base in it. We'll be doing all the finish work. We'll be putting this in, routing a groove down through here, and then taking care. I must have dinged it there, but that doesn't matter because we're going to be making this smaller. But we're going to put this black walnut in there as accent. We're routing a 1/4 inch groove right through here, inserting a piece of black walnut and then taking the flush trim bit, flushing it all up on all four corners. And then on the inside, we're going to make a quarter round molding out of this if I have enough. If not, I'm not really sure that I want to run this through a routing table, because that's, we'll see. We'll see. But I'm going to make black walnut quarter round, which is just square so it fits in the hole, and then it rounds from corner to corner. So that way I don't have a sharp edge in there, and it hides that gap. It'll cover this stuff up here. Plus, we got to do the cleanup from the glue and stuff. So, for plants on the balcony, no, that's a cradle for a baby. If that was a planter box, that would be the world's most expensive planter box. It'll hang from the, I mean, listen, they can do whatever they want with it once it's in their possession, but I really do like this choice of black walnut for the cap. I think it's really nice. And this is backwards. It should sit, oops, this way. So they were a matched piece, which, I mean, it's a simple thing, but I know yeah, that way. I know they were a matched piece, which makes me feel good about it. That's whatever stuff. Hey Julie, how you doing? That still exists? What? Bassinets? Still have the wooden cradle you had when you were a baby? Hell yeah, Julie. That's the idea. That's the idea. Hoping that it turns into an heirloom piece. I have never built an heirloom piece of furniture, and I think this may get to be the first one. Maybe. Hopefully. I guess we'll find out. So, that is what we're going to be working on this week. Tomorrow I want to get the stretcher done. And 100% done. The wedge is 100% done. These uprights, I'm kind of stuck until I get my maple dowel rods that I need. So tomorrow, I want to get that done. And then Thursday is probably when we'll start working on the bassinet, doing the final touches on that, doing the black walnut trim, and the cleanup, the glue cleanup, the sanding, everything that we've got to do to that. We got to round over edges on the end panels. We got to put the strips in for the floor, the base to sit on. Got to get the base cut down. Like there's not a lot to do. There's not a lot of big stuff to do. There's a lot of little things to do to get it ready for finish. And then once it's ready for finish, it's off to the races. So it should be this week. It should have been Sunday, really, but here we are. So it is what it is. We'll get it done this week, into this weekend. Hopefully Saturday I can get all the woodworking done, and Sunday I can start applying the finish, which has been sitting there for weeks now, months probably. I've been working on this forever. Yeah, I hope Alan's feeling good soon, or better soon too. So, that's the plan. The plan is to finish it by Saturday and start applying finish on Sunday. Like how to sand that wood. What's up, Coffee? How you doing, buddy? That's the plan. And I think we'll do it. We should have it. We should have it easy. The only tricky part that's going to be left is the strips that I'm going to put in. The routing, the routing itself isn't even going to be tricky because I'll use an edge guide on that, so that's not going to be a big deal. But cutting that piece of black walnut with the way that grain goes, cutting that down to a 1/4 inch slice is going to be that's going to be tricky. But I think we'll manage. If not, I'll change the plan and I'll use a different piece of black walnut, but I really want to use that piece. I think it'll add to the project. So that's where we're at. 37 people, 89 thumbs up. Hell yeah, thanks guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I know I've been slacking on the member stuff. I've been slacking on the non-member stuff. I've just been overall slacking all weekend, so I apologize. We're gonna get back into the swing of it here. We'll get it figured out. After this project, I've got a couple other projects I got to do. Take you guys along for the ride. Yep, it used to look. The bassinet used to look like this. These boards hanging on my wall. Or my lumber rack, whatever you want to call it. Hell yeah, Colby. Nice. What's up, Ellie? That's all I do is slack, bruh. You know that. So, there you go, Tommy. There's your first proper look at the bassinet. And then the uprights here, the legs. And then there's the stretcher and the wedges for it. Yeah. Yep. It's hard to believe that, a couple of weeks ago that was, it was a collection of that. Just random chunks of wood. And then I annoyed the hell out of you guys by running it all through the planer. I'll do that, Grass. I annoyed the hell out of you guys by running it through the planer and jointer, running all them loud ass tools. And now we're down to quiet tools, except for the sander. The sander's kind of loud and annoying. But it is what it is. Oh, I don't know, Tommy. I think you might be better than me with wood. Don't hide him, by the way. He's a coworker. Unless he gets stupid and then kick him the fuck out. That's right, Tommy. I said what I said. But that's where we are. So we ran a little late tonight, trying to play catch up. We'll do it again tomorrow. Tomorrow the objective will be to get the stretcher completely finished and the wedges completely finished. And if I can, I would like to start applying maybe at the end of the night after the dust is settled, and I would like to start applying the finish to, these and the stretcher. That way I feel like I'm making progress. I get up to the, some of the stuff is in finish, some of it is not, but it's close. And 81 in here. Wow. That's awesome. That's awesome. What the hell was I doing when I had 81 people in here? It was sanding, wasn't it? That's when I was sanding. Or it could have been anywhere in the beginning, really. I wasn't paying too much attention to chat. With sanding? Yeah. Alright, that figures. It figures. One of the most boring times ever. So, I got to cut just shy of a 1/4 inch off of this maple here. And I think that'll give me the proper fit that I'm looking for. And then sand it down, and then obviously I have to run the palm sander over all of it. Yeah, people love power tools, except for that thing. That thing, when I turn that thing on, I get like 3 people in here. Everybody else fucks off. And I get it. I get it. It's super loud and obnoxious and annoying. I want to leave, but that is one of the most useful tools in my shop, I guess. Yep, the planer. I haven't broken it out in quite a while, but usually because when I do, everybody fucks off. Also, we haven't had to plane anything in a very long time. Also, my next order of cherry lumber should be coming in here pretty soon. So I'm going to have to clean up my lumber rack because it kind of turned into a mess. Right? It was all organized, and now I've got like this whole bottom section is purple poplar and then scraps. The next rack up is cherry. Looks like there's some rough cut. There's some boards on there that are already run through the saw and stuff. Next board up, or next block up, this one here, was where I was keeping project wood for this. And now it just turned into random stuff. We got curly cherry and curly maple and stuff up there. Some black walnut. Some regular rough cut cherry. This one's all black walnut, and it's all kind of verhoodled. And the top one is that's kind of the miscellaneous shelf. That's got some barnwood, these tree things, and then a bunch of other just bullshit up there. So we'll have a day running the planer again here real soon. I want to do the coffee table. I'm not sure if I'm going to do a giveaway for that or donate it. But we got the coffee table and the 2 black walnut end tables that we're going to do. One of them is going to be out of that piece of black walnut right there above my can. And the other piece is it's down here sitting on a board. behind this sheet good here, in front of that piece of white oak. What's up, Alzam? Good Crusader. I'm gonna build an old school treasure chest. The arched lid of boards is the only part you're worried about. That's easy, bud. That's easy. So, figure out how much you want the degree that you want your dome to be, your lid. Like, so you take this, right, however big you want this to be, figure out how wide your boards are going to be, right, and I'm going to assume that you have a 180 degree dome. So you figure out how many boards you have in there, and that you have to cut each one of them so it adds up to 180 degrees or whatever your ultimate thing is. If you don't have a complete semicircle, you got it more flat on the top and then a steeper curve down to the sides, then things get a little complicated. But there are a boatload of tutorials and tips and stuff on how to cut boards. There might even be calculators for you. How to cut boards to get the angle that you want, to get the shape that you want. I would recommend, I don't know how big your chest is, but I'd recommend using thin boards, right? Narrow, not thin thickness-wise, but thin width-wise. And go maybe 2 inches. And, if you've got a table saw, set your table saw bevel to, I don't know what it'll be, maybe 10 degrees or something, crazy like that. And run pieces through and you'll be good to go. And then on the ends you already know what your angle is going to be. You can just make 2 semicircle caps to put in there to attach your boards to. Depending on how long it is, you might want to put more in there, but I think you'll be able to do it. You'll be able to do it. If it's your first project, it's a bit ambitious, but nothing wrong with jumping in the deep end. I mean, if you're going to build an old school treasure chest, it's literally a box. You're just making a domed lid, so you got this. I have faith in you. I'd like to see pictures of it. My community page is open. When you start working on it, post some progress pics on my community page. I'd like to see it. And there's a good bit of woodworkers here in the community who can, and other crafters for that matter. Between the lot of us, we can probably give you at least one good bit of advice, or tip, or trick. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. I'm gonna have to check your channel out. Do you do content? Like, do you have pictures and stuff of them up? Hey Daisy, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing that. I love medieval armor and weaponry and things like that. Yeah, I'll check your channel out. Hell with it. Why not? I love to see the stuff that other people do. Because there's people out there that are way more talented than I am. Even if it's, like we got carvers in here, we got painters, we've got other woodworkers who are way beyond my level of expertise. Even if they're not better than me all around, in general, I think everybody has like a speciality. Like the carvers, I don't carve, right? But we got people like Amy Jo. She carved that. I'm not touching it. She carved and painted that for me, and then another one that I have in my office. You know, I don't do that kind of thing. We've got chainsaw carvers who are fucking awesome. We got, you know, proper woodworkers, build everything from candle holders to furniture in the group. So I like seeing what other people can do. It inspires me, and I get tips and ideas on, you know, maybe I've been doing something wrong my whole life. Whole turkey pow. Hey Julio, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for pumping in, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. This will be my last drink hanging out with you guys, and then I'm gonna head in, find something to eat. Probably Dino Nuggies or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I'll just make grilled cheese. It'll be alright. I haven't had grilled cheese in a long time. About hot dogs? Nah, not really feeling hot dogs today. Can't go wrong with the Dino Nuggies, right? If I could figure out how to put them on the grill, I'd be happy about it. Suppose I could put them in like on aluminum foil, like on a sheet of aluminum foil, but it's not the same. I might as well put them in my gas oven at that point. Right? Yeah, but then I might as well put them in my oven. That reminds me, I think tomorrow I'm gonna have spaghetti. So I gotta get out I got some elk burger. I can't remember if I have any venison burger left or not. If not, I got regular hamburger. So you just mix the two. Used to play with your Dino Nuggies. Fuck, I still play with my Dino Nuggies. I have Dino Nuggies and mashed potatoes. With a gravy volcano. A ham cow burger. No, it's elk. Elk. Almost like venison. Almost. Although I do have a ham in the freezer. That'll take too long to thaw out, though. I'd have to pull that out now if I wanted to have it next Wednesday. Elk's way better. It's almost like venison. Almost. Almost. But I haven't gone elk hunting, so the elk that I have left is all from a friend of mine who went and then shared some of his meat with me, or shared some of his elk with me. You make good money on lives. Is it worth it? I just got monetized, but I don't do YouTube for the money, so that's worth it for me. If you're looking to make money, I don't know. You'd have to ask somebody else. From what I understand, live streams don't really pay much. unless you get like memberships and super chats and stuff like that. What's up, LJ? How you doing? But I don't do YouTube for the money, so I do it. I don't know. It's fun for me. I get to share my craft, and I get to learn from you folks and other folks on YouTube. Get to chat with you and hang out. This is my favorite part of YouTube, is this. Right? Get to talk to you folks like your old friends, I guess. Much better on OnlyDance. There's I was having this conversation the other day. Did you know that OF isn't just what you think it is? Like, there's other people. Like, there's a woodworker that I follow. He's a very, very talented woodworker, and he has an OF, and it's for woodworking. Corn. Oh. That's what it's become, sadly. Vertical lives make about a penny per 1,000 views. Sweet. So I'd probably be up to, what do my lives average? They average between 16 and 25,000 views. So I might get a quarter. And not yet, because I haven't reached that tier of YouTube paying me. So once I reach that, rolling in the dough. Then I'll have to post more videos and stuff, and actually put some effort into the channel instead of just goofing off all day. I don't know which direction I'm gonna take it, because I don't want to do the like clickbaity videos, but I know they get views, so I don't know. But like I said, I'm all about YouTube's money. I'll take all their money that they want to give me, but the average Joe, I'm not really in it for your money. So, I don't know. I may end up devolving into the clickbait titles. Who knows? How I make $1,200 off this simple piece of scrap wood. Oh, you gotta do the surprise face. Gotta have that thumbnail in there. Yeah, I doubt my channel's gonna change a whole lot, to be honest with you. I'll put out more videos and shorts and stuff after this project is done, and I have a little bit of breathing room, but who knows? Maybe. And watch hours, yeah. Yeah, vertical lives are good for. I mean, that's mostly what my channel is vertical live streams, and I get. I mean, it varies depending on what we're doing. Right, that'd be hilarious. Depending on what we're doing, I might gain 1 subscriber, I might gain 50 subscribers, but we were on a hell of a roll there for a couple of weeks. Yeah, like, what did my analytics say when it gave me my like highlights or whatever? It was something like 350 subs in the last 28 days, something like that, which is awesome. Like 1,500 hours of watch time. It's amazing. Every week, same clickbait. Yeah. The sad thing is, Janelle, if I do that, one of those is going to be the day that I lose a thumbnail. Yeah, they do like action. That's true. The standing around bullshitting, don't really, I can't imagine there's a whole lot of people who just want to look at this fucking thing talking at them. Love your outlook on this. Thanks. Cheers. Oh, I can't pronounce that name. Cheers, M. Black Widow Woodworking. What's going on, buddy? How you doing? Yeah, they do tend to run. I mean, Janelle said we were up to like 81 earlier doing something boring like sanding. You see we're hovering around that 20 to 30 mark. So that's right. These are the people I want to chat with. I mean, don't get me wrong. I want to chat with everybody a little bit, but I know the chatting bits don't. Nobody's interested in that. Just like nobody's interested in the planer running, right? Yeah, I really enjoy the working. The woodworking is how I recharge. It's my, I don't know, my therapy, I guess you could call that. Yeah, you wood turners though, you guys get all the views. It's nuts. I pop into a wood turner stream and they've got thousands of people in there just hanging out and like 3 people talking. But they got all those people just watching them run a lathe, make a bowl or whatever it is. I love working. I can sit and watch it all day. My favorite wood to work with, Simon, that would be cherry wood. And yeah, Black Widow, it's a great outlet. I like it. I mean, it recharges my social battery. It recharges my, I've had enough at work battery, like at my day job, like coming into the shop, like this is my space. Like, I mean, the house is my space too, but this is where I make things. You guys get it. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, LJ. That's fair. Being there, just the people in chat are just talking to each other. That's it. That's usually what I'm doing, is just talking to the other people, watching the action. Yeah, happy place. And knowing that, like this, this is where I take like a raw piece of wood and I make something out of it. It's a creative outlet, I guess. But you guys understand. I mean, you guys all got your own shops and your own outlets and things that you use for recharging. You get the idea. What I do have to do is I have to order more sandpaper. I am running dangerously low on good sandpaper. I'm gonna have to start using junky sandpaper or something. So I'm gonna order more sandpaper tonight after the live stream. Your best catches were because you were trying to read chat while cutting. A good supply of bark to carve. Oh, that's right. You do carving. I poked around on your channel a little bit, Black Widow, but I haven't like dived into it. I've been a little behind. on my YouTube viewerships. I try to get to everybody, but there's so many videos out there. So many. Wood spirits and gnomes. Yep. Amy Jo, the one who made me this sign up here, or this eagle carving right here. She does wood spirits too. They're super cool. I like the look of them. It's not my decor style, but I think they look cool, and it's awesome watching people carve them. Excuse me. Yeah, LJ, it's real hard, especially when there's, you keep every day you find another woodworker or crafter or whatever. Every day you'll find another one. It's like every live stream that I go into, it's like over here's there's this new person in here chatting that I've never seen before. I'm gonna go check their channel out, and now I'm subscribed to their channel, and I gotta watch all their videos and stuff because they're doing something that I find interesting. Which adds another person to that list that I got to keep up with, or try to keep up with. Yeah, it does look like a fun creative outlet, for sure. Yeah, it is. That's one thing that I've noticed since I've delved into this community here. Between I'm fairly new to the carvers. Amy Jo and possibly Suzanne, Rhinestone Suzanne, however she pronounces her name. I think those were the first two carvers that I ever watched. And now I got, Woodchucker, I got Creation Dust 777. Yeah, she made that awesome. What was it? A dragonfly. I didn't get to see the paint though. I gotta watch that. But hopefully she's done with it by now. 'Cause I really want to see the final product. Like that thing was awesome every step of the way that I've seen it. But at first I was like, what's she doing? It took a little while. My workshop looks awesome. Thank you. It's a pigsty. Absolute pigsty, but I'm working on it. After this is done, we'll start building out cabinetry and stuff. So that's how you know it's fun. So I am a firm believer in if you ever look at somebody's wood shop and it's not a mess, or at least worked in, right? Like there's sawdust everywhere. I got tools everywhere. I got equipment everywhere. If it doesn't look like they work in that shop, they spend more time cleaning than they do working. Yeah, that's true, Black Widow. That's true. We all have a style, and it does seem to mesh great. It's truly an amazing community. All the crafters, really. I mean, I watch Janelle Art. She does a lot of pebble drawings. I don't really know how to explain them. She does watercoloring and then finds pebbles, I guess, to circle on them, and it makes it, I don't know. It's relaxing. It's a great way to just chill out. But Runic, the Runic Workshop, he does. I have a sign coming here shortly. He just finished it for me. He does crazy lowrider style painting, which is just awesome to watch come together. There's so much work involved in it that I had no idea. It's awesome watching a blank slate come to life with, you know, some different layers of paint. Changes everything. Not, you know, and then obviously the woodworkers. Yeah, that's what she does. We just kind of hang out in Janelle's chat and chill. Kind of talk about whatever comes up. Too many fishing edits. Oh, did you do that day Lieutenant Dan made peace with God? Today's your 21st. Happy 21st, Jessica. Happy 21st. Now, if you come in tomorrow and say tomorrow is your 21st, then I'm going to have to tell you to go away. But if today's your 21st, happy birthday. 21st is a big year. I remember my 21st. Most of it. All right, LJ, have a good one, buddy. Thanks for popping in, man. I appreciate it. I'll be heading out here momentarily. I remember part of it, I think. But yeah, I'm a firm believer that if you watch somebody's YouTube videos and their shop is spotless, they do more cleaning than they do working. I am this many. Just turned that many. It's backwards. You got to flip them, but yeah, they definitely aren't working. They're YouTubing, which I mean, excuse me, nothing against it. You do you, but June 24th. The only time I have a problem with it is when people who are obviously not woodworking try to tell me what I need to do to be a proper woodworker or a good woodworker. Then I get a little salty. Happy belated. Thanks. Hey, yours is the 23rd. Happy belated to you too, buddy. That's what we'll be working on day after tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, it is Black Widow. Absolutely. And I don't know why it hid that. Probably because of that word. But my latest project is this bassinet. So we got the uprights. They are almost done. We gotta drill some holes in them, but we gotta wait till I get the dowel rods. And we got the stretcher that goes between the two uprights. Almost done. I got to sand down the tenon bits a little bit yet. And today we worked on, we got a black walnut cap on top of each one of these. So we got that sanded and taken care of. And today we got our wedges shaped. Right, they're curly maple and black walnut. We did a fit. And I got to take off about just shy of a 1/4 inch in here off the black walnut. So we'll do that tomorrow. And then hopefully we'll do another fit. Nope, no CNC machine. It was all done by me and these sort of basic tools that I have here in the shop. This is nothing in my shop that the average person can't get. Right? I mean, you might have to save up for it, but you know, like I didn't buy my table saw or my planer. Just go to the store one day and write a check or whatever, swipe my card. I had to I had to save up for it. My shop had to buy it. That's my rule. My shop has to be able to buy the tools. Like I've been doing this long enough now that the shop is self-sufficient. I don't have to really put money into it. But in the beginning, it was a significant investment. So, you know, I got bills to pay. I got, you know, other obligations. So I had to save up for tools, buy secondhand tools, whatever. I could probably eyeball the 1/4 inch, but we're going to set up a fence on it. Yeah, Black Widow. I think it'll look great. So I wanted to thicken it a little bit, and now I'm going to thin it because I thickened this a little too much. But I did want to add something that was going to carry the theme, I guess. So we got the curly maple, which, I mean, you're not going to see that side, but you're going to see this side, really, and the top, which the top probably doesn't have much curl going on the top, but you're going to see it from the side view anyway, or the end view. So there's a little bit more work that needs done to these, but in general, they're done. In general, that's going to be the shape. They're kind of bulky, but that way I know they're not going to break. They can handle it. Do I ever do tables, like epoxy style tables? Full size, like dining tables? No. Would I like to? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to them. So once I get these completely cleaned up and finished tomorrow, I want to be able to start applying the finish to these. Got to do some sanding, right, with the random orbital. Get rid of the belt sander marks and stuff. Kind of got to run this through the router table to get rid of the sharp edges. So, yeah, I'd love to, but epoxy it's ridiculously expensive, and I can't justify the money just for funsies. If I had a customer who was like, "Hey, I'll buy," or I knew that I could make one and, you know, I could sell it, at least get my money back out of it. You know, I'd make one, but in my experience, you make something with the intention or the idea that somebody will buy it later, and you end up sitting on it for a long time. Yeah, it's definitely a make to order thing. Now, there is a learning aspect, right? So I don't do big epoxy tables and stuff. So I would have to probably eat that cost for a few of them to get that trial and error, start figuring out, you know, that what is good and what isn't, what works and what don't. But in the overall theme, like, I'm not going to invest in that if I don't have that market. You know what I mean? Now, my dining room table that I want to build, good evening, Julio, sorry. The dining room table I want to build is nothing but a cherry slab top. I mean, I'll have to join pieces together, but I'm not going to put epoxy in it, or on it, or any of that. It's just going to be a big, chunky piece of cherry wood. That's the dining room table that I want. And I have the boards for it. I do. They're in storage. They've been dried. They've been... right? Yeah, 4x2. That's you know, a coffee table. You're looking at $500 worth of epoxy. Yeah, I don't really understand that, but Yeah. Good evening, I guess. Now you're looking at like some of these dining tables that people make, like Blacktail Studios. Some of his tables, um, he's been doing it for a long time. So he, yeah, thanks for the engagement, I guess. Yeah, so he's been doing it a long time, but he makes some really nice tables. Um, but his are all, from what I understand, they're all made to order. So yeah, a little bit of a troll wave there. He's at the point in his craftsmanship kind of career that he can pick and choose orders. He can be like, well, this one's interesting, I'll make that. That one's not that interesting, I'm not interested in it. I don't want to do it. I've done 1,000 of those, but I've never made this, or I've only made one of these. Whatever it is. He's super talented at what he does. He's 100%. He's great. I don't have that clientele for epoxy, so now in my area, regular like slab wood coffee or kitchen tables, dining tables, like especially if so in my area, if you can make a proper dining table with the live edge on each long side, you could sell those all day long, within reason, right? If you're trying to charge 30 grand for it, you might sell one. But epoxy around here, there's a guy up the road. He makes wood and epoxy cutting boards and like little tabletops, kind of like maybe end tables, maybe coffee table size. And from what I understand, he doesn't have a crazy demand, but he does okay. Charcuterie boards, I guess you call it, because you don't want to cut on epoxy. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is, like, for my dining room table, I've got slabs that are, I don't know, 2.5 feet wide, maybe 3 feet. So I'll rip them, I'll rip one side off of them, and then join them together. I've got 3 slabs, just in case, but I should only need 2. If I use the one that came out of the middle, because all 3 pieces came right next to each other, or on top of each other. So if I use the one out of the middle, I should be able to book match the bottom one or the top one. And then keep my live edge down the sides. Yeah, it is hit or miss. But book matched, if you've got good grain. I've noticed around here, like, I'm looking at Marketplace and stuff. I've noticed around here, like, people that sell dining tables that are, like factory made, they're a dime a dozen. Like, just plain Jane white oak coffee tables. There's nothing particularly interesting about it. It's just straight grain white oak. Here's a table. Yeah, they're a dime a dozen. And then on occasion you'll see, somebody has like an estate sale or something. Somebody got froggy in their garage, whatever, and makes a proper wooden table that has some character in it, some curl, some figure, just something that is interesting. And that post will disappear. Like, It's just you'll catch it, and you know if they even send you a message back, it's like, well, you're 43rd in line, so maybe. Like those ones will sell. They sell rocket fast. In my area, your area may vary, obviously, but it's got to be interesting. I'm finding that people, in my experience, people find interesting better or more worth the money, I guess, than just plain Jane. Cryptic, please don't be weird. But go ahead. I'm ready to kick you out if you get weird. 100%. Don't be weird. You came in here all kinds of like respectful. Like it makes me nervous. No troll, I promise. All right, go ahead, shoot. I'm gonna grab another drink. Chatting with you guys is kind of fun. I'll have another drink. But yeah, Black Widow, I think that's probably one of the biggest fallbacks to something like YouTube. You know, YouTube seems so small, but in reality, you know, I'm on the East Coast. I'm in a very small corner of the East Coast. You know, Janelle's on the West Coast. Nah, I can't do that, Cryptic. Can't do that. There's a lot of things that I'll do, but yeah. So, but like if I put out a video that says, "Hey, you know, I sell this, I don't know, candle holder." You know, and I make 1 billion of them a week, and you know they sell for $20 a piece. You know, whatever the case may be, a guy one town over, you know, he might see that video and go, "Holy shit, I can get some easy money out of here. I'm gonna make it." And then he's got a ton of candle holders hanging out. No, Paris, I can't. That's fine, Cryptic. I appreciate you asking. But now I'm very particular about my mods. And then, you know, but YouTube makes everything seem so small. Like it makes the world seem smaller. So. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Oh, no. Mm-hmm. And then that's how you get people in your comments going, I made 70 of these things and they're still sitting here. I can't make any money off of them. You said I could make $20 a piece. No, Paris. Absolutely not. But, Cryptic, I do appreciate you asking. I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask. You seem like a reasonable person. Paris, on the other hand, seems a little weird. But, yeah. But without something like YouTube, There's a lot of things that I would have never made in my, my life. Like this bassinet, I wouldn't have made this without YouTube. I probably would have never bought a bandsaw without YouTube because I didn't ever need one. I didn't see the value in it. But I've watched enough people on YouTube with it or using one going, you know what? There is a lot of value in there that I didn't see. I didn't think about. So YouTube is very good, I guess. Oh yeah, the guidance. There is a lot of things that I've learned from YouTube that either I just didn't think about, like I was set doing it this way. I didn't look at any other ways to do this thing, and then I see somebody on here doing it differently, and more efficiently or whatever, and I go, son of a bitch, I'm gonna try that. And now, learn a lot. Met some guys that seen your pickle lore on Instagram. Hell yeah, coffee. Red Dead Revolver. Red Dead Redemption? Oh, somebody said hi and I ignored them. Red Harlow. Hey, buddy. Alright, Paris. Whoop. I think I just showed that and I didn't mean to. Try again tomorrow, Paris. Fishing in Pittsburgh? Oh, nice. Red Dead Revolver is the first Red Dead Redemption? Oh, I had no idea. No, I have Red Dead Redemption, but I think I played it for like 10 minutes one time. But Red Dead Revolver, I had no idea it was even a thing. Or maybe it's Red Dead 2 that I have. I can't remember. I've got hundreds of games in my Steam library that I haven't, I've gone through on like the winter sale or the summer sale and been like, that looks like a great game. I'm gonna get it. Because one day I'll play it. It takes up a lot of time. I've seen people like play it. It looks really fun. Like, I just don't have. I've got minimal time to devote to games. And then the games I do play are like silly games, like Power Wash Simulator or the Stanley number 5. I'm assuming you're talking about hand plane. So I have one hand plane and I have no idea what it is. Now, if that's not a hand plane, I have no idea what you're talking about, Shed. But I play a bunch of stupid games. Like, I've got a gaming computer. I've got 2 gaming computers that are way overpowered for the stupid games that I play. Like, I could probably play them on that tablet over there. Hey, I appreciate that, Shed. Appreciate it. Power Wash Simulator, Lawnmower Simulator. Because I'm old and I like to mow my grass. The Total War games. I love those games. They're fun. Troy and Warhammer 3 are probably my favorites. But they're games that you can just end and then come back to any time, as long as you remember, what you were doing. What's up, Bar Run? How you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Look, Bar Run. Look at it. Look at the pretty... Oh. Can I get it? Show some curl? Is this the one that doesn't show very much? Just the angle of the light. So we got our wedges shaped, rough shaped. I have to round over the face edges. I gotta bevel this inside face. I'm not beveling this face though. I'm just gonna break the edge, and then I'll bevel this face a little bit. But angle of the light, yeah. Believe me, there's a lot of curl going on here, but you're only ever going to really see it from the side. But there's a bunch of curl. Meh. We'll see it later. Good morning, good night. How much would you charge for a wood cable tray? That is if you do take commission. What is a wood cable tray? Can it be a mug? Hey, coffee. Wonder if I got a little bit of alcohol in here. Let's see, which one of these has more? There you can see some curl. Now it jumps out. And then the edge, which I may or may not be able to show you, but that's the pretty part right there. Hopefully it looks like that when I put the oil on it. Because I want to, I have some alcohol dyes that I want to start playing with. There's with the black walnut. I got fans on, so it's drying real quick, but that'll be the side view there, which I think will look gorgeous. And then that's kind of the hidden side. But I've got alcohol dye that I... No, honey. Hunt a tap. I haven't. But I do kind of want to make one time just for fun. Like, I want to make myself a violin one time just so that I can say that I made this. And then maybe I'll learn how to play it. But I have some alcohol dye that I really want to learn how to use, right? And I hear that if you use it on like curly maple, you can get some incredible effects. But I don't want to experiment with this project. You can buy guitar kits. Huh. Made one for a friend out of Sweet Gut. What, a guitar or a violin? I mean, a guitar is like a big violin, really. I mean, if you can make one, you can make the other, right? Guitar. I got a guitar in my office that I will occasionally play with. I can strum. Gonna head in soon. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Hey, Black Widow, thanks for popping in, buddy. I'll be live every day this week. I gotta get caught up. Appreciate the chat, man. It's been fun. But I got a guitar that I play with on occasion. I can strum like 4 chords. That's about it. That's where my learning has capped out so far. But I went with a what do you call it? Acoustic? Acoustic, like the. It's not electric or anything. Hey, Brian, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in, man. We got our wedges done. Oh, we gotta shave about a 1/4 inch off of this side, and then they'll be done. I think I might have enough. Might have enough to show you the curl, Brian. Look at a curl, so pretty, and that'll be like your side view there. Yeah, so there's a guy that I seen nearby that has what did they call it? It was flame something, flame elder. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I wanted it to not be squared off. I wanted it to have nice soft curves to go with that right there. It kind of carries the curved theme. But that's going to go against the leg, and the tenon will stick out here and lock into place. So you'll really only see it from the side and a little bit from the front. It'll be like maybe that much from the front. It's big and bulky, but I know this way it's not going to break, which is something that I was concerned with. Was breaking. But at least they're easy to make, and it's not a big deal. What was it? Flame. It was flame something. It wasn't flame maple. And now that I see that comment again, I'm wondering if you mean like they took a flame to the maple, or if you're talking the stuff that's got like the red streaks and stuff in it. But I want to say there's a guy nearby that has some flame box elder. I want to say it is. I'm not sure offhand. I don't typically buy wood off of like Facebook Marketplace, but on occasion when I see something worth grabbing, like good purple poplar, I will make a trip and then I'll dry it. I'll take it to the kiln and have them dry it. But one day I'd like to make myself a violin. I feel like it's a baby guitar. So if I can make that, I should be able to make anything. But I want to use some of that alcohol dye that I have. Flamed box elder? Flamed birch. I'm not sure anymore what it was. It was flamed something. I think it was box elder. It had some amazing red streaking in it. I think it's just the grain. Okay. I'm gonna have to look into that and see what the flamed maple is. I'll check that out. So for me, Honey Tap, I'm assuming that you haven't been in here very often, but you for me, I'm all about the wood grain. I want the grain is what excites me. So if I can find really cool grain patterns and stuff, I'm 100% behind it. The file cabinets bought off Marketplace, heavy grade commercial steel. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Goodbye, Brian, or was it Was it one of those like I can't pass it up? It might be a little expensive, but I can't pass it up. Sweetwater? I'll check it out. Oh yeah, that was a good buy. Hell yeah. Especially if you're going to use them for you know, fucking for tool stands. And you've got the storage then built in for, well, everything. You know, all of that. And all of this. And all of that. Just everything. Hell, Brian, you've been in my shop. You know it's a disaster. Flamewood and sycamore can display flame grain. Huh. I'm gonna have to look into some more of this flame stuff because I like the crazy grain patterns. Like the purple poplar, you can get red. Like in my area, purple is the most common, but it's a mineral based. So it depends on what mineral kind of got into the tree. You can get red, blue, green, but nobody likes green. It kind of tints the whole tree. It makes it look gross. You get red, blue, purple, green, and yellow, I think, are the 5 kind of most common. But in my area, it's mostly purple. When I can get my hands on blue poplar, I will be all over it. It's very rare that it pops up, and then people snatch it up so fast. But some of that blue in there. Okay, send me some pics. Hell yeah, I'll check them out then. An oil you can use to seal it. So, I would recommend something like a hard wax oil. I can't recommend a specific hard wax oil because I only have one. But even things like shellac will help bring out the grain. It makes it nice and pretty. It gives it you can build up a protective coat on it. But this is the only hard wax oil that I have, which is Gilboy's. And this is a smooth satin clear. You can get it in different kinds. And when they send it to you, you get a little note. You get a little pack of sunflower seeds, which I'm not sure if they're for eating or planting. But yeah, Gilboy's. I've only used it a little bit, so I can't even tell you like if it's good or not. But like Janelle says, some polyurethane, that'll give it a nice. You can get everything from like a satin or a warm satin to a high gloss, and pretty much anything in between. Depends on what you want, and it also will help bring out the grain pattern and the color of the wood. But some polys will yellow over time. So you gotta kind of keep that in mind. Hell yeah, Pine. Welcome back, buddy. What's up? Lego my ego. Yeah, as for the like, you know, some of the most beautiful wood finishes that I've ever seen have been just natural finishes, like a stairwell or stairway railing, like a banister, or the like. A lot of railings, so wooden railings, will have like a big post at the end. They usually have like a knob or something on top, and people will tend to grab it as they go around. And just that hand oil over the years, it can either make it dingy, depends on if you got dirty hands, or it can make it just look absolutely amazing. But some of the best wood that I've seen has been just old, used constantly, and just has hands just on it all the time. I know there's a giggity in there, and so I couldn't think of any other way to describe it. So if you're gonna go with poly, Minwax makes, that's the brand that I use, is Minwax, and it makes they make a spray which you can build coats with. I think you can build coats with a lot easier than the wipe on, but some people have better luck with wipe on than I do. I usually always get streaks in my wipe on. But like I was saying, I got that alcohol dye, and I really want to start playing with it because I would really like to be able to make a really cool violin. But I gotta like go through my curly walnut or my curly maple up here and start cutting out slivers of it and start playing with it. Or maybe I'll just start with like a sheet of maple plywood and that way I can get an idea for how the dye works, because I guess the alcohol dye is like if you got a fan on, it's dry right now. It's dry, and if you had a heavy spot, you know, it's gonna always be a heavy spot. But I guess you can spray more alcohol on it and kind of blend it out. I don't know. I haven't played with it at all. Been a little nervous. But one day I'm gonna have to start playing with it. And the dye that I have, I think it's only 3 or 4 colors. But you can, you know, mix them and whatnot. Now, luthier. I only want to make one violin, and that's just for me. Just so I can say that I made one. That's kind of my end goal, I guess. If I can make a violin and then learn how to play it, I feel like I'll have reached the pinnacle of my ability. Yeah, I mean that alcohol dye. It seems it. I've watched people on YouTube while I'm trying to learn how to use it. There's some people out there that do some amazing stuff with that, and I'm a monkey with a camera. Like, I don't know. I just buy this stuff and then fumble my way through until I get something that looks decent. You can play the violin, Pine? Hell yeah. That is awesome. When I get one or build one, I'll get in contact with you. That's the instrument I think that I've wanted to learn how to play for as long as I can remember. Call it a fiddle. So the fiddling is what really interested me in the violin. So you can do something that's, you know, more, I guess, orchestra style, right? So you get that, like, I don't know how to say, you get that feeling in there, that like soul, I guess. And then you can go all the way up to just fiddling, I guess. Are they different, you know? They look the same to me. I'm going to assume that's like a really cool brand of violin. When I play with my guitar, I usually I'll start. I have this online course that I watch, I try to learn, and then eventually I'll just give up and I'll start playing, just picking random strings. True oil. This is gunstock oil. I don't see why gunstock oil wouldn't work on a guitar. Somebody might have to check me on that, but that's funny, Rex. Fiddle is how you play. Okay, all right. So it is the same instrument. You can do like orchestra style, kind of. That I don't know how to describe it. I think it's got like some emotion behind it, and then you can go all the way up to I don't know the fiddling. Good. So now I didn't just completely ruin my entire life. Oh, washboard thimbles. I could play a mean triangle. What's the difference between the sizes? Are they smaller? There's a girl that I watch on YouTube actually. She plays an electric violin, and good God, she is awesome. She gets going on that dang thing. She plays with a girl who does like bagpipes, and the two of them together just phenomenal. I can't remember their names, but the violin girl, the electric violin girl, she's got some awesome looking violins. Half their time tuning the mandolin and the other half being out of tune. That's funny, John Jacob. Well, see, even I know this, that if you've got a Stradivarius, then you're not coming to someone like me to try to get a couple of $100 for it. Your lady plays the bagpipes? The banjo is what? That old, well, the old hillbilly thing with, you got the guy sitting on the porch, one guy's playing the mouth harp, the other guy's got that round, basically a round guitar. It's got like 4 strings. A long handsaw. Huh. Like one of those people that plays it like a violin or whatever. Like, what do? They like a saw, and then they just, depending on how they tweak it, they get different sounds out of it. You know, they get different or sounds, pitches, whatever. No banjos. Yeah, I've seen some of that where I always thought it was weird. They had like I mean, I don't remember it having like teeth on it, but it was basically a saw, and they'd be out there like tweaking it and going at it with like a violin string. The dulcimer. What that is. She uses a violin bow. I don't know what a dulcimer is. I'll have to look it up. But I don't mind building a couple of music instruments, but I'm never going to be a musical instrument builder. Like, I do want to build, like I said, I want to build a violin because I want to build myself one, and then I can go, I made this, and I learned how to play it. One day. But I have absolutely no idea what a dulcimer is. I could probably build a triangle. I might be able to get one of those. But Rex, that's awesome. She plays a long saw. That's super cool. I don't see those around too often. I think I only see people playing them. I mean, it's kind of rare. I know I'm already 40. All right, listen, I have to retire one day. That's when I get to forget how to learn how to play the violin. Oh, my battery died. But it is 10:30. Creeping up on old man bedtime. So thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me. The 110 likes, I appreciate it. Thanks for, all the support, everything, the chatting. I greatly appreciate it. I'm going to have to let you guys go, and I will see you all back here tomorrow, hopefully. I'll be here. Maybe you'll be here too. And we can do this all over again. So, thanks again, guys. Have a great night. And I'll see you later. No worries, Pine. Almost as easy to learn as a ukulele. I'll check it out. All right, guys. Have a good night.